Good morning, I'm Fiona Young, the Democratic Services Officer for this meeting, and I've been asked to deal with item 1 on the agenda, which is the appointment of the chair. I understand that Councillor Fisher will be chairing the meeting. Is that agreed, members? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, welcome to members, officers, and those who are watching this webcast at home. Before we start, I will deal with the introductions. I'm Councillor Tony Fisher, and I'm chairing the hearing panel. We have Councillor Douglas, who is also a City of York councillor, and Councillor Chambers, who is on Strensall with Towthorpe Parish Council. Sitting on the hearing panel with me today, there is a Democratic Services Officer. We have the monitoring officer in attendance during the meeting, and we also have the independent person, Alex Oram, in attendance. Second item on the agenda, can I ask if any members have any interest they wish to declare? Thank you, there are none. In that case, we move to agenda item 3, which is exclusion of the press and public. Agenda item 3, the panel will consider whether to exclude the press and public at any point. In reaching this decision, the panel will consider the views of the parties as expressed in their pre-hearing checklists and the pre-hearing procedure currently in place. The panel will also take into account the contents of the investigation reports prepared in this matter. The monitoring officer now may wish to address the panel. Would you like to say anything, Jenny?
Thank you, Chair. It is recommended that the panel resolve to exclude the press and public from the meeting during the panel's deliberations and decision-making at the end of the hearing. In addition, should the panel wish to receive or consider legal advice, then such advice will be given in private. However, the substance of the advice will normally be shared with the parties. The panel's decision notice will, however, be a public document and will be published following conclusion of the hearing. So, Chair, if I may, the recommendation would be as follows: that the press and public be excluded from the deliberations and decision-making at the end of the hearing, because such deliberations and decision-making are required to be in private and should not take place in public. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do members so resolve?
Yes.
That's agreed then, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 4, the complaint against a member of a council covered by the Joint Standards Committee. I would now like the following parties to introduce themselves in the following order. Could Councillor Thomas Carmichael please introduce himself? Just turn your microphone. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. Press it again when you finish.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning. My name is Thomas Ian Carmichael. I'm a member of Haxley Town Council and have been so since 2019.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Preston.
Yes, Councillor Mark Preston, Haxley Town Council, been on the council since just shy of 12 years.
Thank you. And Councillor Mark Guilford.
Yes, good morning. My name is Mark Guilford. I'm the current chairman of Haxley Town Council, and I've been a member of the Town Council since 2012.
Thank you. And Councillor Tony Richardson, who is the subject of the complaint.
My name is Tony Richardson. I've been a Haxley Town councillor for approximately 26 years and a city councillor for 8 years prior to this.
Thank you.
To the last election.
Thank you. And Stephen Pearson, who is our investigating officer and author of the report at pages 5 to 21 of our agenda.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Stephen Pearson, I'm a partner in Freeths LLP, and I've been appointed by the monitoring officer to act as the investigating officer here today.
Thank you very much. It is noted the other complainant, Mark Scott, has provided his apologies for the hearing and will not be in attendance. Right, can I just ask for confirmation from all parties they've seen the final report of the investigating officer and they've had the opportunity to engage in the pre-hearing procedures? Is that correct? You have. Thank you very much. I'd like to clarify that no witnesses have been invited to attend this hearing. I would like to ask all here today, and as far as they can, to keep the areas of dispute. I'll ask the monitoring officer to identify whether the pre-hearing procedures have identified any significant disagreements about the facts contained in the investigating officer report. Councillor Richard, is a point of order.
Yeah, point of order. That hinges on my rights to cross-question and produce evidence that I have against the complainants.
You
Your
will have,
exclusion of them has prevented me from making a full case. I want that on record. Thank you.
that is noted. So Councillor, Ms. Jenny, if you'd like to proceed, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. In this matter, there are 4 complainants, all of whom have submitted complaints about Councillor Richardson. There are 5 complaints in total. Councillor Carmichael submitted 1 complaint, and this can be found at page 22 of the agenda. Councillor Preston submitted 1 complaint, and this can be found from pages 75 of the agenda. Mark Scott, the now former clerk to Hexby Town Council, submitted 2 complaints. These can be found at pages 79 onwards and 89 onwards of the agenda, as the papers in the agenda. Councillor Guildford submitted 1 complaint, and this can be found from page 120 onwards of the agenda. The common theme across all of these complaints is the alleged behaviour of Councillor Richardson, and is summarised by the investigating officer in his report at page 6 of the agenda as follows: that Councillor Richardson behaved in a disrespectful and threatening manner towards the clerk of Hexby Town Council, who has both refused to take part in meetings and is now resigning. Behaved in a manner which Councillor Carmichael regards as being unacceptable, in particular abusive, failing to follow the direction of the chair. Made a number of hostile and abusive comments via email. Made a number of disparaging remarks within meetings via email or within a Facebook account which he runs. Wearing a body-mounted video camera in meetings not in accordance with council policy and in a disruptive manner. Behaving such that the police have been required to be in attendance at a number of meetings. Being ejected from council meetings on at least 4 occasions over a 5-month period. Councillor Richardson does not accept the allegations made against him, and as identified by the investigating officer, again at page 6, has a number of issues, in particular, the abuse of standing orders to exclude him from meetings, the behaviour of the clerk, inaccurate minutes, the alleged behaviour of other members, failure to follow proper tender processes, ignoring residents' concerns, and reporting on the existence of code of conduct complaints. In his agreed comments to the investigating officer, page 107 of the agenda, Councillor Richardson states, on asked whether he felt that he behaved in a manner which could be construed as disrespectful, bullying or intimidatory, Councillor Richardson has said that he was entitled to feel, in quotes, miffed over constant attacks upon him and has difficulty in apologising for actions that are, as he would see it, made up by others, or those of anyone being attacked, where he is being prevented from legal involvement by the council, due to being prevented from access to papers, due to minutes being changed from the facts, resulting from him being ganged up upon to prevent the lawful access and involvement in subcommittees, resulting from stress and mental issues from false accusations against him, resulting from public funds being used without approval of the full council, resulting in public funds being wasted on false claims by members of the council, and his defence to constantly being attacked by the clerk verbally and by the chairman, and the misuse of section 2 of the council standing orders. The investigating officer's conclusions and findings can be found from page 16 of the agenda. As regards whether or not Councillor Richardson has breached the code of conduct, the investigating officer has come to the following opinion, which can be found on page 20 of the agenda. In quotes, I believe that the behaviour of Councillor Richardson has repeatedly been disrespectful and is, in bold type, in breach of limb 1 of paragraph 3.1 of the Hexby Town Council Code of Conduct towards the clerk, the chair and other members of Hexby Town Council. Second point, again in quotes, Councillor Richardson has behaved on a number of occasions in a manner which is bullying and or intimidatory, in particular towards the clerk to Hexby Town Council, and is, in bold type, in breach of limb 2 of paragraph 3.1 of Hexby Town Council Code of Conduct. Chair, that is my summary of events to this point.
Okay, do we accept that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now move on to the things. The investigating officer will first summarise his investigation and findings in the report. After that, I will then invite the panel to ask questions of the investigating officer, and the monitoring officer may also ask questions. I will then invite Councillor Carmichael, Councillor Preston, Councillor Guildford and Councillor Richardson whether there are any issues which ought to be raised with the investigating officer. I will then put these to the investigating officer, or I will allow each party to put their questions directly. Councillor Richardson, could I ask you?
Yeah, point of order. I'm here by myself to defend myself. I now see three people, shall I say, who are going to listen to each other about their evidence, who then can change what they say. That is out of order.
Councillor Richardson, this is the procedure we follow at standards, and that's the way it's going to be.
It's out of order, and I want it minuted.
Your point will be noted, but this is the procedure we follow.
Well, then I will follow my rules, which are, I have
Councillor
substantial
Councillor
evidence.
Richardson,
that
Councillor Richardson, with respect, I'm chairing this meeting. When I ask you to speak, I will allow you plenty of time to do so, but you will do so when I give you permission to speak. So,
and I have rights. And I
Councillor
expect
Richardson,
you
your rights.
to honour those rights, Chairman.
Councillor Richardson, I will give you every chance to put your points, but you will do it, please, in the process we agree that has been agreed by joint standards. Thank you. So, I'm sorry, I've now forgotten where I got up to. Next, Councillor Preston will summarise his case in relation to facts and dispute. I will then invite. Sorry, have I missed out there? Apologise, I got distracted. Apologise. So, Councillor Carmichael will summarise the case in relation to the facts in dispute. Again, I will invite the panel to ask questions, and then the monitoring officer. I'll then invite the investigating officers and Councillor Richardson whether any issues which ought to be raised. And again, I will determine whether to put these directly to Councillor Carmichael or whether I allow the party to ask questions directly. Next, Councillor Preston will summarise his case in relation to the facts in dispute. I will invite the panel to ask questions, and then the monitoring officer. Again, I will ask the investigating officers and Councillor Richardson whether any issues which ought to be raised. And again, I will determine whether to put these directly to Councillor Preston or whether I will allow the party to ask questions directly. And finally, Councillor Guildford will summarise his case in relation to the facts in dispute. I will then invite the panel to ask questions, then the monitoring officer. I will then invite the investigating officers and Councillor Richardson whether there are any issues which ought to be raised. And again, I will determine whether to put these directly to Councillor Guildford or whether I will allow the party to ask questions directly. Then Councillor Richardson will summarise his case, again in relation to the facts in dispute. I will invite the panel to ask questions and then the monitoring officer. I will then invite the investigating officers and councillors Carmichael, Preston and Guildford whether there are any issues which ought to be raised. And again, I will determine whether to put these questions directly to Councillor Richardson or whether I will allow the party to ask the questions directly. I will then invite each party and the investigating officers to make representation on each of the facts in dispute. The panel will then commence deliberations in private before announcing in public their findings and reasons. If the panel finds that Councillor Richardson has breached the code of conduct, I will invite representation from the parties as to what action, if any, should be taken. The panel, I'm sorry, Councillor Richardson, could you be quiet when I'm speaking, please? Thank you very much. You must respect the chair of the meeting. Thank you. The panel will deliberate any sanction in private and will then publicly announce the decision. Written notes of the findings will then be issued. So I now invite the parties to summarise their respective cases. Now, we haven't previously decided an appropriate amount of time for this. Could I ask for suggestions as to what you think would be appropriate time? 5 minutes?
5 minutes would follow. Chair, 5 minutes would follow the council, the essence or the ethos of the council procedure rules which City of York promotes for public meetings. So if you're all agreeable, and that is a time frame that we have followed in previous hearings as well.
Thank you. I think members agree. Thank you.
So in this situation, because of the complexity, this is not a normal hearing.
I'm sorry, Councillor.
Let me finish. This is not a normal hearing because of complexity. That the fact that this has been going on for 3 years and recently certain people have broken more rules than I've ever seen.
Councillor Richardson,
and you're going to allow
Councillor
me,
Richardson, can
just
I
a
make
moment,
it clear,
you're going to allow me 5
Councillor
minutes.
Richardson, I'm asking from the chair, I'm asking you to be quiet while I explain. Other members' conduct is not under investigation here. It is not relevant. That we have agreed, the chair, that it will be 5 minutes to summarise the cases. We'll hear from the party in the following order: the investigating officer, Councillor Carmichael, Councillor Preston, Councillor Guildford, and then you will have your say, Councillor Richardson. So I'm going to invite Stephen Pearson now.
I am not saying that I want disciplinary action against them. I'm saying there is evidence that should be included within this that gives a full picture of what has been going on.
Councillor Richardson, we have the evidence. The investigating officers have been presented. You've had the chance to present your evidence.
No, I haven't.
Moving on now.
Well, I have not had my chance to present evidence, and I will bring that up when we come to the report.
You will have your chance to have your say. From now on, please, if you would refrain from interrupting, the procedure is set. Thank you very much. Well, I will not take any further points of order because. Right, could I ask Mr. Pearson, please, if you will present your case?
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, am I limited to about 5 minutes? I may need to take a little bit longer, possibly.
I think in your case, we can allow longer, yes.
Thank you very much.
Investigating officer, it's the
Thank you.
parties who will get 5
Yeah,
minutes.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, as you have heard from the monitoring officer, that there are two key issues here. The first one is whether Councillor Richardson has behaved in a disrespectful manner towards his colleagues and towards the clerk to the council. And the second, potentially more serious allegation, he's behaved in a manner which is bullying and intimidatory. I apologise for the bulk of material which you have here today, but I wanted to ensure that you had as full a picture as possible in terms of the history of this matter. I'm slightly saddened that Councillor Richardson feels that all the evidence hasn't been presented, but of course, at one point I had to draw a line into the information that was available. And of course, the information which is relevant is what's relevant to the allegations being made against Councillor Richardson. I should say at the outset that I think Councillor Richardson does have a number of issues about the behaviour of his colleagues on the council, and he's made a number of allegations about the relevant law and practices not being followed. With due respect to Councillor Richardson, that is irrelevant. All that is relevant here is whether or not Councillor Richardson has behaved in a manner which is disrespectful towards his colleagues or is bullying and intimidatory. And I'm sure if you were to look at parish or town councils up and down the land, you would find many that don't always strictly follow the requirements of their standing orders. And I think that's just a fact of life. I'm not going to refer to all the documentation, but what I would like to do is to refer to some key pages to give examples of what I'm talking about. If you turn to page 26 and 27, that's the initial complaint from Councillor Carmichael. And I think that sets some background. This is the initial complaint to Ms. Harrington. If you look at the bottom of the first page, at the last full council meeting, I was witness to Councillor Richardson's constant interjections, which I felt was nothing to do with the present agenda. His constant interruptions were very intimidating by his demeanour, and his loud attacks to the chairman and the clerk of the council point to a breach of the peace. And on several occasions, as you have heard, Councillor Richardson has been removed from council meetings due to disorderly conduct, which is permitted under section 2 of the.
Sorry, Councillor Richardson, Mr. Pearson is speaking. If you'll be quiet, please, we'll get a chance to have your say later on.
Of the standing orders of the council. Now, the behaviour, I'm afraid, of Councillor Richardson has been such that following it, in particular one scenario where he allegedly went within a few inches the clerk to the council and reportedly snarled in his face. I think Councillor Richardson would say it was more like 18 inches. He was charged with assault and taken to Leeds Crown Court. Now, I would point out, I'm sure he would point out, that he was found not guilty of that. But I would also point out, as I'm sure you're aware, a criminal case needs to be proved beyond all reasonable doubt, and that's not the situation that we're in here. But clearly, I'm afraid.
You didn't say that again.
I said that in a criminal case, it has to be proved beyond all reasonable doubt, and the same standard of proof does not apply to this hearing. Now, we ended up with a situation where the council became sufficiently dysfunctional that the clerk refused to attend any meeting where Councillor Richardson was there, and where the business of the council's meetings couldn't be carried on properly. Now, I think one would accept, and there are many politicians around this table, that it's perfectly appropriate on occasion for members to make interjections, to disagree, to argue with their colleagues. That's what democracy is all about. But I'm afraid the behaviour of Councillor Richardson here, in my view, and I said it's having carried out a number of code of conduct investigations, it is such that it has been unacceptable. There have been a number of occasions where quite damaging allegations have been made against individuals and have caused major problems to them. Moving on a little. Sorry. I'm going to do as I go through what I'm going to be saying in the next few minutes.
Councillor Richardson, you have a chance to speak later on. We've got a procedure in place. Please not interrupt. At the moment, it is Mr. Pearson who is actually presenting his case. Thank you.
If I can move you on to page 106, which actually are the comments of Mr. Richardson, and I would stress again to Mr. Innit, it's my role to be the independent investigator on this. It's not my role to take one side or another. Halfway down that page, he states that with regard to the alleged incident where Councillor Richardson went close to the clerk's face in an allegedly threatening and intimidatory manner, this is denied. He would think that he would have been some 18 inches away, but as can be seen from the plan, which you've probably seen, he was not that close to him. He states that he was not aggressive, but he agrees that he did state to Mr. Scott, that's the clerk, who I think is no longer with the council, in clear terms that he was failing to behave professionally or behave in an appropriate manner. And so I've spoken to Mr. Scott, and he was very upset and concerned by that behaviour. And he doesn't strike me as, frankly, as a shrinking violet, but somebody who was quite upset and finding it impossible to carry on with his role. And as you might know, it's actually very difficult to get decent quality clerks to sit in town and parish councils. Now, going on in terms of some of the allegations that were made, and I'm afraid it does have to be said that Councillor Richardson often responds to complaints about him by making allegations against others. If you turn over to page 110, and this is some correspondence between Councillor Carmichael and Councillor Richardson and also the clerk down the page. Mark, can we have your code of conduct as a clerk? Please send out, as you have sent out the code of conduct item 13. There are repeated references, you may have seen through the correspondence, to the clerk not following his code of conduct. Now, clerks aren't subject to a code of conduct. I've spoken to the Yorkshire Association of Local Councils to make sure I'm not missing something. Clerks, like all employees, have employment contracts and they're obliged to behave properly in accordance with their employment contract, but no more than that. If you look on to page 111, the next page, I'm afraid that there were some quite repeated and I think quite damaging insults to a clerk. An officer is in a difficult position that they can't fully defend themselves, although I have to say Mr. Scott sought to. But there were a number of allegations made against Mr. Scott, who, as far as I understand from others, there are no particular complaints with.
Page 111.
Yeah, sorry, page 111. Our clerk has failed in his duty to ensure documentation is available to all members by failing to send out the minutes in the same format as the documents we have been sent for many years. I suppose it is to be expected when this clerk is no patch on the prior clerks we have had for the past 21 years and we don't get what he's paid for. And there's been, I'm afraid, a repeated drip of comments about the clerk's competence. Now, I'm not the clerk's employer, but all employees, if they are failing to behave properly, they have HR procedures. They can be reported, they can be disciplined, they can be dismissed, they can be subject to warnings. But I'm afraid a repeated pattern, which I think was damaging to the clerk and therefore to the council. If you go over to page 115, a third of the way down the page, sorry, it's heavily redacted, but there's an email to the clerk. I, Councillor Richardson, give forewarning that unless you desist in attacking myself personally in minutes, legal action will be taken against any and all slanderous comments made by you and any other member. That a formal complaint is made against Mr. Mark Guildford for false statements, failure to provide documents, acting outside the expected realms of a chairman, entering documents outside of the 7 days, breach of GDPR, victimisation of fellow councillor, etc., etc. Others may come at a latter time subject to standards and are in no particular order. So quite a broadly based threat there against a number of people. Moving on, page 126 and 127. Now, firstly, 126, I'm afraid it doesn't have an email head on it, but I trust it. And that is comments from a CPS officer. Sorry, let you catch it. From a CPS officer to Mark as the clerk of the council, who queried, frankly, why Councillor Richardson was found not guilty at Leeds Crown Court. Now, although he was found.
Have you got that in writing? No, a bit about query why I was not found guilty.
I don't have the request through the CPS officer.
Sorry, can you, Councillor?
No, I'm not having any false
I'm
things.
sorry, I'll decide.
Police officer had not, there is nothing here.
I'm sorry.
In the way the police officer.
This is relevant, Councillor Richardson. I'd like to hear it. Thank you from the investigating officer. Thank you very much.
I mean, so
You can argue about
page
it.
126. Now, if Councillor Richardson wishes to attack the veracity of this statement, that's fine. I have taken it from Mr. Scott, and I believe he was honest and truthful in terms of providing it to me. The judge's remarks were that she was satisfied that he was a bully and his behaviour was clearly inappropriate and unacceptable, but was not satisfied that he intended fear of unlawful violence. She was satisfied that he was upset and wished to have a go. She stated it could have been reckless, and whilst it was clear that some in the room feared immediate unlawful violence, she was not satisfied so that she was sure that you did.
Thank you.
So, I take that as being something that's fairly authoritative. Now, going on, page 127, an example of further threats. This is an email, I think, addressed to other members. The first line: I have never seen such bad conduct as you two have shown tonight. Down that paragraph, if it is beyond your abilities to follow that road as clerk, then it is time to attend training to resolve issues. In future, all related documents will be provided to me well before the meeting. Any breach of conduct that is or could be construed as gross misconduct will be reported with the request that the person, and I assume this means the clerk, is suspended until an investigation is carried out. The chairman will keep all of the chairs up to date with information relevant to their committees. So I think that's quite a clear threat towards the clerk. Moving to page 130, Councillor Preston's statement, although he can clearly speak to it. Just on the 4th paragraph, this talks about the incident in November 2019, which I think is the most important incident. Councillor Richardson repeatedly interrupted people, said he hasn't finished yet. The chairman advised Councillor Richardson of his intention to sanction a section 2 exclusion for his misbehaviour. He did not alter his behaviour. Councillor Richardson got up to leave the meeting. On his way to leave the room, he stood within a few inches of the clerk, face to face, and accused him of sniggering towards his challengers. He would not characterise Councillor Richardson as being an unduly physical person, but he felt there was a distinct threat in his expression and approach. Sorry, that's page 130. That's the comments of Councillor Preston. This follows on, and looking at the next page, page 131, statement of Councillor Guildford. This talks about an earlier meeting in June, July, which led to the earlier round of complaints, where Councillor Richardson, who I think has a history of an engineer in the water field, was unhappy at being told that a town council is not possible for drainage issues. This is a matter for the water authority, or it's a matter for yourselves as the unitary authority. Councillor Richardson said, "You can't tell me what I can and can't do." He confronted the clerk and made him uncomfortable. The clerk, Councillor Richardson approached the clerk very closely and proceeded to tell the clerk off, though he can't recall the words. So we have a couple of incidents there where the clerk is feeling intimidated in the presence of various members. The other thing I think, which is a threat, and I say this as a lawyer, we're all told now under our Solicitor's Code of Conduct that one cannot make threats against individuals without having some justification for those threats. If you look at page 134, this is an email from Councillor Richardson to the clerk. And I think this is indicative of several that you may have seen within the papers. The second paragraph: the chair and clerk may have given you their stance on the law while bringing the council into disrepute, but remember this: The Act states for each offence, not collectively. That stands around £500 with costs, etc. Just think 10 offences, £5,000 plus legal costs. And no, people are not covered by the council's insurance or funds. So, you know, I think that that's an attempt of intimidating based on some unspecified breach of the law. And I think, and I'll say this as a lawyer, non-legal people, you know, do feel quite threatened by being told they're going to be prosecuted for something, even though Councillor Richardson hasn't really specified what that something is. And there are a number of occasions on which Councillor Richardson has told people they're in breach of the Local Government Act 1972, they're in breach of FOI, they're going to be in trouble with the Ombudsman. And this follows through. Page 261, sorry, zooming on a little bit. An email to Councillor Guildford of 1st November 2019. The last paragraph at the bottom of the page. You are not trained in the law, moreover thinking the book you have gives you standing as a pipe dream. The whole of the legal system looks at all relevant areas, which is why you have failed as a chairman. Standing orders that you have a hand on are in breach of legislation, and all that talk from you on making them right is hot air. And then finally on page 425, sorry, I say I'm not going to certainly not going to take you through every single page. An email to the clerk again, 9th April 2020. Again, it's to the clerk to make it clear you're acting like Mark. Sorry, I don't finish that. And have a duty to comply as clerk. If you wish to act in contempt of your contract, then threats will be acted on. And 2 paragraphs down, and before the Ombudsman for you all to explain your conduct. If they make you face charges, then you will need your own solicitor. So I'm afraid that we see a pattern here of threats after threats after threats. And I think hardly surprising that the clerk left under those circumstances. So I think, Chair, in summarising, when you put all that together, that there is very ample evidence that not only does Councillor Richardson feel a healthy level of disrespect towards his fellow members, but also he has acted in a very bullying and intimidatory way, which either has occurred to the clerk, to members, or they have witnessed and they have been operating in an environment of intimidation, which I think, I'm afraid, is excessive and unreasonable and goes far beyond the normal expectation of what can be permitted within council debates. My comments, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, would any member of the panel like to ask any questions? I would like to ask one, which is relating to page 204, the second paragraph from the bottom, where an email from Councillor Richardson says, and I think it's referring to the clerk, you remind you continue to be suspended as per the terms of your employment, breach of conduct and gross misconduct. Would you agree that could be also construed as very intimidating to a clerk?
I would, Chair, and I'm not aware that he was at any time suspended. Mr. Guildford, Councillor Guildford, can probably help you more in that respect. And again, there's a reference to failure to follow the Local Government Act 1972, and that's repeated. At no point does it specify the Local Government Act 1972 is one of the longest bits of law in the statute book, but he never specifies which section, and generally it doesn't create criminal offences.
Sorry, I think we can ask these questions later if you'd like to do so. Yeah, we'll do this first, sorry. Carry on, Mr. President. You conclude, Gary.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Any other members of the panel got any questions? No, thank you. Monitoring, Jenny, would you like to?
I just got one, Chair. Mr. Pearson, Councillor Richardson has repeatedly advised me that there is a number of documents which have not been considered. Are you satisfied in the conduct of your investigation that you've got all the material that you require to come to the conclusions that you have?
I am monitoring officer. There were a number of items of correspondence. I think one weekend I counted 20 items from Councillor Richardson. Most of them frankly were irrelevant, or they're related to ongoing matters that were happening after the dates of the investigation being submitted. And I know from emails I've had from Councillor Carmichael, for example, there are ongoing issues, but of course, within my procedure, I have to draw a line at some point. Otherwise, the report would never be complete. So I am satisfied. And, you know, hopefully I can and have reflected Councillor Richardson's petition. As you said, amply in your report, there are a number of points that he makes. And I think he goes on, in fact, to say that I think he alleges that one member resigned because they were unhappy of the chairmanship of Councillor Guildford. Perfectly within their rights in doing so, but that's not relevant to whether or not Councillor Richardson has behaved in breach of the code of conduct. If he does have complaints about other members, and I think he may well have complaints that within the system, that's not what the committee is here today to consider.
Thank you. No further questions?
No.
No, thank you. Councillor Carmichael, do you have any questions, please? Not at this moment, thank you. If you just remind you, please just put your microphones on speak. No problem. Thank you very much. Councillor Preston, have you no questions?
None for me, thanks.
Councillor Guildford?
No questions.
No questions, thank you. And Councillor Richardson?
As long as it takes.
As long as they're relevant, but not, I would not wish it to take more than about
They're
5
all-
to 10 minutes.
Well, given all that is evidence that this gentleman hasn't attempted to obtain, I strongly, as I said before in my statement to his report, completely and utterly reject it because it is not accurate or covers the area that are relevant. So I will now go through various documents regarding the so-called complaints from certain people.
Can we point out we're not here to accept further evidence that has not been considered already. We're here to ask questions of Mr. Preston as to his report. That is all. I can ask you to confine your comments to that, please.
I will ask him about the evidence that's here, why he has not acted on it, taken any note of it, or anything else.
But has he been presented with it?
He's not asked for it.
You've not presented it.
It's not a
As
case of
part
me
of your
presenting
statement.
it. This gentleman phones me up and says, I'm here to get the information. He does it online. There's no record of the online event. And then the next thing is he sends a briefing of what his report is, which is fair. Then the next one changes. And then the third one is completely different to the previous ones. So where he's got the information from, because he said, I want to get a report out. So never came back to me to discuss it. I did say, can we have another meeting to discuss further evidence? And you did not take it up.
Right.
And that is
I think
fact.
Simple fact is, if the evidence has not been presented to the investigating officer,
Then it is not my problem if the officer fails
Sorry.
in his duty.
have you got questions for Mr. Preston about his report?
Right,
please?
well, we'll go through these then and we'll see what the answer is. First of all, why did you not act on all of the points about the recordings? The video recordings, audio and video that prove exactly what was said and how things were progressed through the actual meetings.
Councillor Richardson asked you on several occasions for those recordings.
And I said, you pay for them, you can have them. You actually said, well, I spend time going through them and editing them so that you just get the specific points. Why am I you're the one that's paid for this. Why should I spend hours and hours going through to get specific points when actually it's the whole meeting that the members need to see to get an idea of what actually goes on with these gentlemen when there's a meeting? Hence why I brought the memory cards that I've said that I want to present, because they show them in their true light. The light that you've not bothered to take in because you've said it's irrelevant. And I say it is because it is bullying to me. And to stand there and say it's not relevant, it is. By law, harassment and bullying is a criminal offence and it's against me. So anybody that's involved in it is involved in it, full stop. So you try and cover that up, I will then say, fine, I'll go to the police. I have rights, the same as everybody else. I've been bullied, harassed, I've been chucked out of meetings for no reason. I've had to go to court and join my partner's crying and everything else, all because of a false claim, because a gentleman over there decides he's still a policeman, but he isn't.
Councillor Richardson, we are not here to discuss the behaviour of other people.
Well-
This is about your conduct.
Excuse
And
me,
you confine
if I-
sorry, I will finish if you don't mind. I'm chairing the meeting. Don't interrupt me, please. Again, thank you. We will confine your comments to the officer's report, please, and the details that Mr. Pearson has presented. If you wish to ask questions about that report.
And I'm going to say to you, does Gordon, is that allowed within this?
Sorry,
Gordon, being goaded,
I've not goaded you in any way. I've
No, I
simply
didn't say
reminded
you. I'm saying,
Oh, sorry.
is goading something that is relevant to this?
I'm not quite sure what goading you're referring to, councillor Richardson.
I'm asking you a question. Is goading relevant to this report?
I don't feel it necessarily is, but if you give me
You
an
don't
example.
feel it necessary, why?
Well, I'd like to understand what goading, whose goading you're
Well,
referring to.
you've read everything, you've gone through it, you've said you've got all the evidence. I'm asking you a question, a straightforward question. When a person is being goaded, is that not relevant when they turn around and say, right, if you persist in this, I will challenge you?
I think the best answer I can give to that is, as I said to the chair, there can be situations within democratic debate, within particular organisations, that people may wish to have an argument, but there is a code of conduct which means that despite the arguments which might exist and differences of opinion, the expectation is that you treat your fellow members with respect and you do not bully or intimidate people. Certainly the clerk of the council, who is not even an elected member.
Who is bullying who?
In my opinion, you
Yeah,
have
in your
bullied.
opinion, that was based on basically betting terms.
Can you put all comments through me, please, from now on, if you wish to refer? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot.
Well, I think that you have bullied the clerk and also other members of the council. And sorry, let me just finish my sentence.
Can you,
Just let me
Councillor
finish
Richardson,
my
if you don't stop
sentence.
interrupting, I will ask you to be removed from the meeting. I'm sorry, I'm giving you a first warning.
Right, well,
Sorry, you must comply with the rules of. the
I'm
meeting.
asking the gentleman a question who is not answering the question.
I'll decide if it's answered.
Well, yeah, let me repeat that.
Indeed.
Well, then-
You have bullied both the
No, I haven't
clerk,
It is alleged.
well, yeah.
So you-
Ultimately, the decision on this is for the members of this panel. I'm just the investigating officer. They can choose to accept or not accept my report, and that is totally within their discretion. But what I would say is, I'm afraid that your behaviour has been disrespectful, has been bullying and
Thank
intimidatory.
you, Mr. Crest
in
is
my
speaking,
view.
Mr. Richardson. We won't interrupt you unless, please do not interrupt other people.
The gentleman is not answering the question, he's going off somewhere else. I've got other questions to ask. We haven't got a lot of time, so I don't exactly like this. I'll keep going on about something else and go off in a different direction. I've asked a question about goading. You said it's relevant, but it depends what it is.
Goading or not, there are certain standards of behaviour that are expected to be met. So although,
We're talking about goading.
yeah, goading may have a limited degree of relevance, but in a very flagrant case, I don't think it justifies behaviour. I'm talking about this case.
Councillor Richardson, will you put your question through the chair, please, if you want to speak to
Well,
Western
Chairman,
Midlands?
can I just ask, gentlemen, has he got all the information? All the information that he was told about before making his report?
I feel that I had comprehensive information. I had a great deal of information from yourself. I did ask you on several occasions to provide any video or audio recordings, and you didn't supply them, or you
No, I
said you
didn't.
would supply them
Excuse
only
me.
if paid for. And that was something that it was
Excuse me.
open
Would
for
you
you to
mind,
do.
because I'll bring the email up
Councillor
that says, Chairman,
Councillor
don't
Richardson,
like
Mr. Pearson
this
has
decision,
not
Mr.
finished
Pearson.
speaking. Will you please respect the right of others to speak?
Mr. Pearson
You
has
have your chance to
I
speak.
appreciate that,
Thank
Chairman,
you.
but
I'm
Mr.
not taking
Pearson,
anything further from you
has-
until such time as Mr. Pearson has finished. Thank
No,
you.
that's
You have
fine.
finished.
That's
Mr.
fine.
Pearson
Thank you.
has made an allegation there. Yes?
An allegation of what? Could you
That he
clarify?
says that he has asked me 7 times for the recordings. Yes? Right, is that minuted?
I have emails which I could send, which aren't necessarily in the report, but I certainly have emails which I sent you
No,
requesting.
you said 7.
The info-
Chair,
Yeah,
you
I
said
said
7.
several.
I'd like
I
you to
said
produce
several.
the evidence that he sent 7, that also within that there is an email from me saying that I am not prepared to do this. I am not going to sit down and go through them. He is paid and this is up to him to sort it out. However, he was also told, and this is where we come to the truth, that the town council has been recording covertly by one gentleman, two gentlemen over there, since October 2019. There are full recordings of the meetings that this gentleman was made aware of. He could have asked for those. Now, because they haven't been produced, there is a GDPR request and action against certain people and the council for refusing to supply evidence that proves exactly what went on by who. And that is a material point to this hearing. It's no good him saying, oh, well, it's this down, I'm really, competent, it's all this. He hasn't got the actual facts. He was told about the facts. I have proof in here to say that they have got recordings, that they looked at the recording to say, oh, yes, it was 8:28 when you left. So I can prove everything, that there are recordings. I know that they're there. I also know there's some other things we're correct. So I'll go through these.
You have about 2 or 3 minutes to
Yeah, well,
question.
if this gentleman just be quiet, I shall try to go through them quickly. Now then, right. Where do we start, really? Right. The actual event that you're talking about on the Mr. Guildford and Mr. Scott and another gentleman, where during the meeting, as chairman, and as you're saying, as a chairman, you have rights. So you determine, right, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to do it. Now, what would you think if the gentleman to your right had his tablet in his hand and started pushing it in your face? And the person,
this is of no relevance to the whole
it has, because this is to do with the claim that this gentleman has raised. And the person on your right then started bashing you with their hand with a book in it. I'm the chair, and I said, we will deal with this later. Now,
could you be specific about which meeting this is?
This is the one in July where Mr. Guildford made the claim, and this gentleman brought it up and said, well, I was abusive and the clerk was all upset, etc., etc. The fact is, they were haranguing me in a meeting as chairman. I said 3 times in that meeting, not what they said. This is not the appropriate time to discuss this. We will discuss it later because it's not on the agenda. You know, you only deal with what's on the agenda. I repeated that 3 times.
This is concerning other people's conduct, and that
No,
is not what
but the point is,
Richardson.
it is not as he said. At the end of the meeting, I was sat down. To my left was one of the councillors, and the clerk had left the table. He'd gone and sat down. He then came back and in my face said, you are the rudest man I have ever known. Is that acceptable conduct, Chairman?
Chair, if I may intervene, that is not a relevant question for the panel.
It is a relevant question
on.
because it's to do with the state of mind.
Chair, if I may, the panel is not here to consider the behaviour of other councillors. The panel is here to consider 5 complaints received from 4 complainants.
And the complaint says,
regarding
and the background.
Regarding behaviour of Councillor Richardson alone and not around the behaviour of others.
So as I go back to
Can you stick to, please, the context of the report? Thank you.
Goading is not an acceptable part of this.
It is a possible thing we may wish to take into account, but it is not the fundamental point. It's a matter of the conduct of other members, and they are not under investigation today.
And it comes back to their conduct during it, whether it's legal or not. The code of conduct states, Chairman, that you must act within the law, does it not?
Then in that case, Councillor Richardson, you should have made code of conduct complaints against the people for that.
And I did.
Nothing to do with this investigation.
And Chairman, I did.
And what was the result?
And what happened? I'll let the monitoring officer tell you what happened.
Right, they were dismissed. That's simple.
No, the monitoring officer just threw it out.
That's right.
She never even investigated it.
Correct, they were dismissed. That's
Why?
what I'm saying. So we're not discussing other people's conduct. Can we please stick to the conduct?
We're coming back to the same thing. Why were they thrown out when they were a legitimate complaint?
Questions to Mr Pearson, please, about the
I'm
relevant
asking
report,
you,
please.
you've just said to you, and you've said about this thing, and you've gone through that, and then you're saying, right, I've said that the monitoring officer refused to look into my complaints that were
Councillor
warranted.
Richardson, I don't know how many times I have got to tell you, please. This is not relevant. Can you please stick to
Well, so you say,
Mr
but
Pearson's report and ask questions through the chair to Mr
Right.
Pearson? Thank you.
one of the complaints within the.
I shan't give you very much longer because.
Well, I know, this is why I said what I'm going to do. Because it's quite clear how this meeting runs. Tell me something. When did Mr. Scott say, don't send me any emails, any type at all? The complaint says I've sent him emails and I shouldn't have been. Where does it say that?
I don't recall the date.
You don't recall it, do you? Well, you've read the report. It's a clear point. One of the complaints within this report is he repeatedly kept sending emails to me. Sending them emails out to members.
I'm looking
And
at,
that is out of order. That's not right. They should have come through him. Standing order says this, blah, blah, blah. So what did Mr. Scott say in an email?
now to answer your first question, I believe that at some point during 2021, Mr. Scott, who was suffering, I believe, mental health problems because of how he felt he was treated, indicated that he did not wish to receive further emails directly from you. If people look at page 118, it's around that time that you were refused access to the council officers due to your behaviour. And I think, and perhaps Mr. Guildford, because the Councillor Guildford will speak about this later, there was felt to be a duty to protect the
I'll
welfare
produce the email
of the
He's wasting my time,
employee.
please. So bring the email because he's completely out the way with it. It
Sorry,
was
you'll
not
have a
there.
chance to speak as soon as Mr Pearson's finished. Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Richardson. Would you like to continue, Mr Pearson? Sorry.
Yes, I think that's the first question. The second point, which I think relates to the fact that Mr. Scott accused you of being the rudest person he'd ever met. I'm not defending his behaviour. He is a clerk, and as I said in my introductory comments, if there was felt to be an issue about the behaviour of Mr. Scott as an employee, there are processes to deal with that.
And how many times did I make formal complaints?
I'm not aware of that.
Through the chair.
I have no knowledge of this. We'll find this out later.
I can say that there's been 3 formal complaints made and that the clerk has rebuffed them, refused to do
We'll
anything.
deal with this later on. Thank you, Councillor Richardson. I will be coming back.
Right,
to
well,
that.
I'll come to this email about the don't send me anything. Obviously, the way I had it done, where I was going through it from one end to the other, not going backwards and forwards, because the fact is there's that many different papers here. It's ridiculous. I mean, to send all that through, most of it's irrelevant. We're talking about what happened, whether the law was broken, which the Code of Conduct says. Now, just briefly, I remember, you said about the Society of Local Council Parks, that they have no Code of Conduct.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So I've got an email that says they've got a Code of Conduct. Where did you go to?
I spoke to the Yorkshire Association of Local Council
And they
Clerks.
have nothing to do with
Well, I'm not.
through your chair, they have nothing to do with the Society of Local Council Parks. They are down south. And in the Local Government Act 1972, it says all clerks have to be a member of the Society of Local Council Parks.
This has absolutely nothing to do with the investigation, Councillor
has
Richardson. It is
got a
nothing
lot.
to do with it. I'm ruling it out. Sorry.
Sorry,
It is not
if
relevant.
the gentleman brings it in, I have a right to challenge.
Well, can I answer 2 points? Firstly,
You said he didn't have a
I
code
do
of
not
conduct.
believe that there is a code of conduct
There
for
isn't.
clerks. If you can produce it to this tribunal, that is fine. Secondly,
It
a
is
number of
fine.
local council clerks are not members of the SLCC. It's a qualification that certain council clerks choose to have, which gives them particular
No, it
qualification.
isn't.
So
Chairman,
I'm going to ask you
sorry.
one finally, Councillor Richardson. Have you got anything that is relevant to your
They're all
case
relevant.
rather than discussing it about the conduct of other people? We're not
Mr.
here to do
Norman,
that.
we're talking about what he said and his report. So
We
which
are,
bit am I
but
allowed,
it's
Chairman,
about-
to actually challenge?
So, Jenny,
Chair, Councillor Richardson asked Mr Pearson of one matter about communication as to when Mr Scott should not be corresponded with. There is a letter from the Chair of Hexley Town Council, page 352,
who's in there?
which is to Mr Scott as the clerk, which sets out a number of responsibilities that the Hexley Town Council as the employer puts forward measures to help avoid further incidents involving Councillor Richardson, and one of those relates to communication at paragraph 3. if that is
I'm indebted
fixed.
to you, thank you.
Thank you. I knew it was there, but
As you asked Mr Pearson a question about at what point was there to be limited or no correspondence between yourself and Mr Scott. In the bundle of papers that we have before us, there is a letter, formal letter from Mr Councillor Guildford as the chair of Hexley Town Council, representing the employer of Hexley Town Council, to Mr Scott as the clerk, putting in various measures to help avoid further incidents involving Councillor Richardson. And that letter appears at page 352 to 353.
thank you very much. I knew it was in there, but couldn't find it.
Nothing is proved.
Well,
The way you're
that's-
going on is if it is a already done thing.
Councillor
I'm trying
Richardson,
to
we're
bring
here to
evidence.
hear
Here
evidence.
is the emails that quote the Society of Local Council Clerks have a code of conduct.
It's not relevant.
It is relevant because when the clerk breaches his code of conduct,
Right.
that he is expected to follow whilst he is in the employment of the council, which is in his terms of contract. That's where we come to. And we come down to responsibility as an employer.
Can I just say, Councillor Richardson, as chairman of parish council, I know the laws concerning the duties of parish clerks. They do not have a code of conduct. They are liable to employment law just the same as any other employee.
So this email is a forgery then? From the chief executive of the Society of Local Council Clerks?
Whether
Well, no, I'm sorry, I'd like an answer from that clerk, Chairman.
I've not seen it and I cannot.
You've just said that you know what is what.
Anyway, I know the law. I've chaired
Well, I
the
do
parish
as well.
council for long enough.
And I know that which is one of those things I'm questioning whether to say something, that we've had prior history and whether that's acceptable for you to be here chairing a meeting to do with standards.
Councillor Richardson, I think I've met you on 2 or 3 occasions and socially.
No,
That is it.
no,
It certainly
you've
is
met
not.
far more than that. And you know that. And I'll remind you, you have a code of conduct to follow.
Absolutely, I'm following
And
it completely. Anyway,
I can prove what I say.
Councillor Richardson.
Now, I'm going to read this out.
Right.
Thank you for your email. Clarification of conduct of members. Terms of employment requires clerks to join your organisation. So as part of the role of the clerk, ability to access code to see the member has broken any of the code is a matter of openness. That's what they have because they say it's for their members. The fact has taken a long time to find out that the code of conduct is of concern. It should have been concerned. I hope you will make it content open, the same as the code of conduct for councillors, as we are all representatives of residents. On that basis, I would like a copy of the code of conduct for your members, please, with regards joint agreement, whatever, because I spoke to Nal and Wiles here about all of this. They don't know half of what's going on, but that's the way they go. Oh, they've confirmed the membership. I said, please, could you confirm the council? Before I answer the specific, I think I help confirm the parish council is responsible by complying its own code of conduct, which we do. This code would, of course, apply to elected members and not employed officers. Complaints relating to the application of the code have to be referred to the principal council's monitoring officer. Now, complaint was made. I got told monitoring officer doesn't deal with this, nothing to do with us. Can I confirm the clerk of town council is a member of the professional body representing the chief officers of 5,000 parish bar code. Complaints going alleged breaches code are internal matter, right, for SLCC. I have a copy of which I attach here as requested. I should, however, make it clear that any complaints concerning alleged breaches of code are entirely an internal matter. So they do have. Not maybe or not.
No, no point in that, what you've read out, does it say there's a
I am sure that you will.
code of conduct. In fact, it specifically says they don't have a code of conduct. So anyway, I'm going to end this discussion now because I don't think it's relevant to the case in any way, shape or form. Right, if you've completed your questions, I think you've had
The
your time,
SLC's
Councillor
code of
Richardson.
conduct is an internal code. There. Don't tell me that doesn't say that it's not there, Chairman.
I'm sorry, Councillor Richardson, I think we've reached the end of the road. It's not relevant to your investigation.
Well, I've got a load more papers, but I'm going to make this clear later.
Right, you'll have the chance to speak.
No,
to
I have yet to have proper chance to go through all of the allegations put by this gentleman about having obtained all of the evidence. He hasn't, because as I said, I got sidetracked. The point about the clerk saying back in August of 2019, not 2021 or 2022 or 2020, a long time before you claim anything, which puts a question as to your report. How truthful is it when it's actually covered in, well, actually, that's not quite true. You've not finished off that investigation properly. You've not gone and got the actual recordings that you were indicated of. It's not my responsibility. I informed you to go find them yourself. For my position is the report lacks a lot of evidence. It is made upon assumptions. I have plenty of evidence and I can bring it through, and I'm quite happy to put it through. But the way you're going, you are going to say that's not relevant. The fact is, it is relevant because it shows the clerk is lying, has lied on a number of occasions. There is also a point where the clerk has...
Chair, may I interrupt, please? Because the panel is required to follow a procedure for this hearing.
I think we now should.
The panel is required to follow a procedure, which is a published procedure for this hearing. Councillor Richardson will have his say after the panel has heard the views of also Councillor Carmichael and Councillor Preston and Councillor Guildford. And at the very end, Councillor Richardson then has the opportunity to present his
No,
case.
you may not, Councillor Richardson.
My best advice is the
Point of
panel
order.
is required
Councillor
to
Richardson
follow.
will
Jane
provide-
Berwick has a formal complaint against her from me, has been found to be wanting and has additional complaints and should not be here.
Councillor Richardson.
She has been made clear to Ian Floyd that she is not to make any connection with this
Councillor
complaint.
Richardson, I'm sorry, I'm ruling you completely out of order. If you continue to
do what
interrupt,
you
I will
want.
ask you to remove from the meeting.
Do you want me to go? Now that I've
If
said
you-
that there was a formal
If
complaint
you
against the
continue to
monitoring
disrupt in
officer
this way, I will
for
ask you to be
incompetence,
formally removed from the meeting,
holding-
Councillor Richardson. That is the final warning.
withholding documents. You understand
That
that,
is your
Chair?
final warning.
You understand that?
You are interrupting this meeting persistently.
You are-
Ms. Berry, would you like to carry on, please?
You are preventing justice.
I don't know if I could just possibly help. At one point that I think was possibly a question
Right.
within Councillor Richardson's comments, in terms of his opportunities to comment. The first thing is I held a video interview with him, obviously with COVID. From that, I produced a draft comments, a statement, which he was able to edit and respond to me, which he did. When I produced my draft report, all the individuals, both the complainants and the respondent, have an opportunity to comment on that within 7 days, and comments were duly taken on board. So I think it's not entirely fair for Councillor Richardson to say he's not had an opportunity to comment on the report. The issue about recordings, as you'll have heard, although he mentioned recordings, never supplied them to me. I understand that he did take his own personal GoPro recordings. He wore a body-mounted camera. Not really official recordings, and certainly unlike, say, some larger district councils, as yourselves, the Hackney Town Council does not routinely record meetings. So I think if I could just clear that up.
As pointed out,
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. I think you've had sufficient time. I'm now moving on to
Well, that's
Councillor
fine.
Carmichael.
I'll take you up on this.
Of course, sorry. Yes, you may. Sorry, it's not on the list, but yes, of course you may.
Sorry, Chair. I just had a couple of questions for the investigator,
Of course you may.
if that's okay. Just in terms, obviously, there have been a number of occasions where Councillor Richardson's expressed concern about the conduct and competence of the clerk. And obviously, we're looking at occasions where he's expressed those in potentially disrespectful terms. And you've pointed to the fact that actually there's a procedure in place for councillors to express such concerns if they hold them, so that they can be properly considered. During the investigation, did you find evidence of Councillor Richardson formally putting forward those concerns and having them properly dealt with through the process that existed?
I have to say that's not something that I was personally involved with. That may well have existed. That's probably a question for Councillor Guildford in due course, I would think.
sorry, then I've got three questions. The next question, you mentioned one of the incidents we've been asked to look at is this this incident at a council meeting which resulted in Councillor Richardson being charged with assault. You seem to be suggesting that the different standards of proof available during a standards investigation would have resulted in a different outcome. Is it because the facts are in dispute? Are you saying that assault did occur on the balance of probabilities?
I frankly, I'm probably not competent to, I'm not a criminal lawyer to say whether assault occurred, but I think that there are two key differences here. The first is that obviously a criminal case has to be provable beyond a reasonable doubt. The second thing here is what Councillor Richardson is being accused of is at the lower level, behaving with disrespect, and at the higher level, behaving in a bullying or intimidatory manner. And both of those things are rather lower down the scale than an assault. But I think so the comments of the judge, I think, are really instructive. But so it's a different standard of proof and a different charge, basically, I think.
And the last question that I had, I think we're fairly clear that you found that he's been disrespectful to and bullied or harassed the clerk. But you also referred to councillors in the round, and I'm just wondering which councillors he's failed to treat with respect or bullied, on which occasions, because it seems a very generalised comment to make about quite a number of interactions.
So, Chris, I think particularly that there are a large number of items of correspondence that attack the competence of the chairman. So, you know, I think that is intimidatory, frankly, towards the chairman, that there are threats that the chairman has breached the Government Act 1972, FOI, ombudsman issues. So certainly I think particularly with regard to the chair. With regard to individual members, it's probably more circumstantial, but possibly a question worth asking them when they are giving their evidence.
Okay, so we're primarily looking at breaches towards the clerk and the chairman.
Yeah, that's fair, I think, yes.
Okay, and just on that, where does that sit against his freedom of speech rights to express his? You know, it's very important that councillors do get to scrutinise and challenge, particularly other councillors. Obviously, officers have a right to work in an environment that isn't intimidatory, but councillors have to show a thicker skin and be prepared to be challenged. And I'm just wondering where you think Councillor Richardson's crossed the line in the way that he's spoken with councillors.
Yes, but by all means, I can mention that. There's one particular question where he tells people, you might have seen it, to put it in your pants. That sounds like a slightly strange and intimidatory comment that has been made. There are certainly, and I think this is at page 132, the behaviour of wearing, 132 is Councillor Guildford's statement. There's wearing the GoPro camera. Now, of course, people can record council meetings, but the council's policy that there should be a static camera. I'm told he was wearing it in what's described as being a provocative manner, swinging it around, gesturing faces, and I'm told that people found that quite intimidatory. There's also a situation also on page 132 where there is a standing item, I believe, on the agenda of Haxby Down Council about code of conduct matters. And I think Councillor Guildford mentioned outstanding complaints. Councillor Richardson then became agitated, accused Councillor Guildford of insulting him and violating data protection. Now, it is quite normal, I believe, when there are matters related to conduct concerning councillors that is on the agenda, because people frankly want to understand what's going on, what progress is being achieved. So to become agitated and say that it's unfair of the chairman to carry out what is an appropriate process. And I think Councillor Guildford is generally quite scrupulous in terms of ensuring that items are only discussed when they are on the agenda, which is entirely in accordance with guidance for town councils. I think is an example of seeking to dictate matters. And the fact that on several occasions, obviously, Councillor Richardson has been excluded from council meetings using the section 2 right, I think is indicative of the fact that the whole process of dealing with business within council meetings was quite seriously affected by interjections, by rude and unhelpful comments. And particularly, I think maybe for some of the councillors who aren't here today, and I think certainly Councillor Guildford has complained on behalf of the council as a whole, even though that's not an established complaint process, so it has to be him. Feeling generally, councillors felt that it wasn't an appropriate way in which to air democratic debate because of the voices off, frankly.
So just to be clear on that point, I just want to be clear about
Yeah,
the recommendations. I can absolutely understand how that can, affect the good functioning of the town council, just constant interruptions and inability to do their business, and that they may be perceived then as disrespectful to the members who are present. You're saying that's bullying and harassment as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does that complete your questions? Thank you. I do apologise for missing you off. It was not on. No problem. Okie doke. We'll move on now to Councillor Carmichael. Would you care to present your case, please?
I'd like to point out at the beginning that I'm not a civil policeman, and I never have been a civil policeman in this United Kingdom. Let me speak in the United Kingdom. I was, however, a Falkland officer, sworn officer in 1984. To the complaint that I submitted, it was a common law assault. I was trained in civil law. I'm not a solicitor, I'm not a barrister. I was trained in military law and civil law. And at the time in question, it says on page 131, there are two particular incidents that need to be referred to. In November 2019, in front of all the councillors, he moved, the beginning, Councillor Richardson moved to within a foot of the face of the clerk and spoke to him in a threatening manner. A former solicitor and military police officer on the council both said to him at this point that he needed to leave on account of physical intimidation that Councillor Richardson was making. This resulted in the prosecution against Councillor Richardson. It's gone off, it's now finished at the court, right? However, common assault with somebody, if I was to say to you, as an example, I'm going to punch your lights out. You don't know if I'm going to hit you or not, but if it's in the front of your mind, I'm going to assault you. That is the common assault. Or if I throw something at you and it misses, as I'm using a missile, that's a common assault. If I go up to you and go, that is common assault. It's a gesture. It's a section 39 of the Criminal Justice Act of 1988. The old 47 Act. It's from the old 47 Act. It's now Criminal Justice Act of 1988. That is what I saw, and I have a duty of care, like the other 14 councillors at Haxby Town Council, to all employees who are employed by the council on a duty of care and their health and safety. And at that time, it put in my mind that there possibly was going to be an assault of some sort, because the way that the Councillor Richardson went towards the clerk had to bypass me, because there was Councillor Preston, there was myself, and Councillor Richardson went behind me in front of the clerk. About that much away from his face, down like so, and the clerk was looking up. Let me finish, please.
Sorry, you'll get a chance to speak later.
And what was said at that point, I said what I said, that the breach of the peace and the peace of 1984, as a common assault. Now, at that time, we had a councillor called Mr. Samuels, who was a former criminal solicitor, who agreed with the fact that that was an assault. It was mostly to say, back off, you're causing an assault, but that time it was not, and it was reported as such, because Councillor Scott at the time was shaken. And as far as I'm concerned, that was all. I swear on the floor, I have no malice against you. I have no malice against you, however.
Sorry, can we just,
I have no malice against
sit
you.
down,
I'm just
please,
trying to
Councillor Carmichael, please.
across what happened. Okay, you can say what you like, sir, but I'm saying how it went on the tape. That's my.
If you could, please direct your question through me, please, through the chair. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what actually went. But as far as I'm concerned, that's what went off, and that's the only incident that I reported with regards to that.
Thank you. Okay, the panel have any questions for Councillor Carmichael? I have none. You? No. Monitoring officer, do you have any questions? No. Investigating officer, do you have any questions?
I think possibly one question, please, and I think it's relevant to what the independent person was saying a few minutes ago, Councillor Carmichael. Question of whether you felt that Councillor Richardson's behaviour was bullying and intimidatory directed towards yourself, rather than perhaps witnessing it towards others.
I've had occasions on email with Councillor Richardson subjecting me that I have no further, I have no training, I don't know what I'm saying. Considering I've only been in the council 3 years, I did undertake some training, and that solicitors would be raised against me, other intimidating stuff. But at the point, it really, you know, I'll just let it go, because at the end of the day, I didn't want to prolong the situation, not knowing it was going to take such a long time. We're going to have an epidemic. 3 years. There was intimidation, and the emails and the documentation here. I'm not really went through it because I wasn't going to refer to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Just clarify where you see.
Can you put the mic on, please? Sorry.
Clarify, through the chair, where were you seated?
If I remember rightly, Councillor Preston was sitting here, I was sitting here, and Councillor Clark was sitting
Clark was there.
there.
So Mr.
And
Preston was to your left. Right,
as far as I can remember, yeah.
right. There's a drawing in your pack, shows the people where they were.
And page 108.
So that was presented to the top. And you'll basically agree with that.
Page 108.
I remember getting up and having to go behind another person.
Councillor Richardson, could you put your microphone on when you speak, please? Thank you.
Just let me get this up first. So, no, wait, come on. So you remember that vaguely that Mr. Scott was at one side, and there was possibly two councillors to your left, and I was.
One councillor.
What was I saying? One or two. I said one or two. Stop interrupting what I'm trying to say. And I was to your right. Now, at the end of the meeting, at 8:28, I said to another councillor who was sat at the end, Neil Wyatt. Yes, you remember that? Do you remember what happened at that point? 8:28.
Not at that time, no.
But you can remember everything else that went on. Even the fact that at 8:28, I left, having gone to the clerk from where I was, which was to your right, to the clerk, and I said, I want you to act in an appropriate manner appertaining to a clerk. Those are the exact words. How do I know that? Because Mr. Carmichael produced one of these recordings that you didn't bother finding. And it said, guess what? Exact words that I said. Now, it's also got Mr. Carmichael doing that. That's assault, that's assault, that's assault. I'm cautioning you under section da. Now, a police officer would do that. If you're not a police officer, you just go, I'm going to report you. I think that is. Now,
could you put your question, please? It's questions, not statements.
Helen across from me, and she said, don't do it. And at that point, I realized you were up to something. So, is it not true that you've added in more so-called warnings? Because you never warned me before I got up. It was only after I'd returned back to my seat to get my...
You were too quick on your feet, Councillor Richardson.
Well, I wouldn't have been too quick, because as these recordings will show, the office is very small. And you said in another report that you had clear vision. How can you have clear vision when there's somebody else?
Because I stood up and went towards.
You went towards where?
Behind.
But that's not in your statement. Your statement says completely different. So what do you mean? So
Can I
are
clarify
you?
something?
Yeah.
Like, an arrest, you can conduct a citizen's arrest as a citizen, but as a retainer, you cannot put the person in handcuffs or hold the person down. You can tell them to stay until the police arrive.
Right, but you didn't do that. You were too busy shouting, that's assault, that's assault, that's assault.
Right.
Now, when I went,
Is this a question?
yes, we're getting there.
Can
So
we
when
get
I
to the
went,
question, please? 'Cause we're
having
running out of
said
time.
that what I've said, and it's proved, the tape recording was played in court. That's why there was no evidence. This thing about something else is a load of rubbish. The fact is, the court found me innocent, no evidence, and that is not in. So this thing about using police officers is wrong. This connection with police officers is wrong. So when I went, I stopped next to Neil and said what time it is because I don't trust them. Mark Scott said what?
Oh.
Well, you could hear everything else that was going on.
You tell me what.
So you don't know what else happened that night then?
Chair, if I may, the issue that is being debated at the moment is whether or not Councillor Richardson approached the clerk and was in a very close proximity to the clerk. It is not around what Councillor Carmichael may or may not have said. Councillor Richardson has.
Councillor Richardson, be quiet. I've given you a final warning. I will not give you another one. Thank you.
Councillor Richardson has, in
You
the course
proved
of
it,
this
and I'm wrong.
dialogue, already admitted that he did approach the clerk and he gave a form of words to that clerk at that meeting in November 2019. The issue is that the panel needs to determine is whether that event happened or not. We're not here, the panel is not here to investigate the actions that Councillor Carmichael may or may not have taken at that particular meeting.
Thank you.
The point is whether the clerk, through you, Chairman, was afraid or not, because that's stated in one of these statements, and that's why I've said statements are not marrying up, which is where there's a question about how they're being investigated. Now we come to the point.
Is there a question?
About walking to the clerk. You were sat down to my left. I walked how many yards?
Chair, if I may, I don't think it's appropriate for Councillor Carmichael to answer that question. Councillor Richardson has already admitted that he approached the clerk and that he
in a
gave
perfectly
a form of
normal
words.
manner.
And
In a
therefore,
perfectly normal.
the panel
Chair.
is not here
We're
to
not here.
investigate what actions Councillor Carmichael or any other member of the council may have or may not have done. This is around the actions that Councillor Richardson took towards the clerk, and Councillor Richardson himself has admitted that he did approach the clerk during the meeting of the 11th of November 2019, which is one of the issues that is subject of the complaints.
And I have not disputed that. The point is,
Right.
the complaint is that I approached them within these statements with malice and a forefront that I was going to damage him in some way. I went because of his actions 3 times during the meeting. He had been rude, interjected during the meeting, which is out of his jurisdiction.
Which is for the chairman of the council to deal with.
Right.
not you.
But the chairman refused to do it, as he has refused to do nothing, but we're going off. So I'd like him to answer that, because that's where they were saying, and this is where this thing about I went in a fierce, pulling faces, whatever it was, to the clerk, and that he was in fear. The court has ruled that there wasn't anything. There was no evidence at all. He made a statement in his statement that says it was clear that I went up to him and I put my face in his. When it came to the court hearing, they all suddenly went, oh, well, actually, no, it wasn't that. And the fact is, as you can see
Are you
from the
asking
drawing,
Councillor Carmichael
just a
a
moment.
question? I'm sorry,
as you
I
can
have
see
got
from
to
the
get on.
drawing, just a minute. As you can see from the drawing, there are distances and angles. You tell me how I managed to get into his front face without him getting up, because he never got up, never moved. He looked forward. And you said that I was in his face.
Chair, that is not a question that is relevant for Councillor Carmichael to answer. The decision as to whether Councillor Richardson approached the clerk in an intimidatory or threatening manner or not rests with the panel themselves. And that is based on the evidence that you hear. That is based on the evidence that you hear today and following the advice and consultation of the independent person. And it is also following your consultation.
In which case, I'm going to say this.
Evidence that you have put before you.
Mrs. Berry, will you please remove yourself from this meeting?
Councillor
I've
Richardson,
already
if
made
you
it
interrupt,
clear.
I think we've had
Look,
enough.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I am now going to go
Right, I'm going
and
to move
report you
that
to the
you're
ombudsman.
removed
Full
from this
stop.
meeting.
You have allowed an officer who is
that seconded?
under.
You are now
You
removed
don't
from
matter,
the
I've
meeting,
already
Councillor
said.
Richardson. You will be readmitted
I've
to the
already said I'm
meeting.
going. So you try and fiddle the minutes, I'll have you for it. I will bring action against you. Now, let's get this clear. This lady has failed in her duty in a number of things, and it's no good nodding your head.
Councillor,
You're
please.
supposed
Councillor
to have
Richardson, you have been
officers that are
excluded from the
above
meeting.
the
You will be
rules.
allowed to return to the meeting if you agree to comply with
I
the
will
instructions of the
comply
chair and the
when that
procedures.
officer desists on trying to rubbish my defence.
I'm sorry,
If she
Councillor
sits there
Richardson.
and
I'm sorry.
doesn't, then I will stay. Otherwise, no, because she has already got a formal complaint against her. There is still an outstanding one with her.
Councillor, please, sir, I'm going to ask you very politely, please.
Don't,
Calm down, please.
don't.
I'm asking very politely, councillor, please.
So it's your decision.
I'm
You
afraid
inform her to behave herself, or I go, and you have reported you for ombudsman.
you can, unfortunately, Councillor Richardson,
It's
you
not
have
unfortunately,
you have
it's down to
consistently
you.
refused to
And the fact
comply
I
with
will also
instructions and
produce-
proceedings. The
I will
members of this
also
panel-
produce the evidence to the ombudsman that you are refusing. I will also point out that there has been an exchange of a number of emails and things on the press where you have attacked me, and you should not be sharing this. It is a conflict of interest. So, anything else to say, Chairman?
Would you leave the meeting now, please?
I will.
Thank you. If you wish to return, you'll have to comply. That is entirely.
I've
up
just
to you.
said, I'm happy to stay, providing the officer who has a complaint against her goes and the deputy comes in and does what's supposed to happen. It is a conflict of interest
The
with that
monitoring
lady.
office is perfectly entitled to.
No,
be
she
in
isn't.
this
Not when she
meeting.
got a formal complaint against her.
Yes, she is.
No, she isn't. Go get a legal officer, not this
This
one.
is the legal officer. Anyway,
Go get a legal officer, not the one that's the person. That's as bad as him doing his own hearing because he's got a hearing against him.
Councillor Richardson, you've been asked to leave the meeting.
Because
I'm not
that's
going to
fine.
discuss anything further. I'm adjourning the meeting. I'm going to adjourn the meeting for a break while Councillor Richardson is removed from the meeting. Welcome back after that adjournment. Councillor Richardson has left the meeting. We will continue with him in absentia. Now, we'd reached the point where Councillor Carmichael had given his presentation, and it was still for the independent person to ask him any questions if he wished to do so.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask Councillor Carmichael? Obviously, Councillor Richardson was asked to abide by certain guidelines in terms of his conduct and who he may contact, and he appears to have ignored those requests not to contact the clerk directly. And from your perspective, what was the impact on the clerk of Councillor Richardson's ongoing behaviour?
On a personal note, I used to go to the office quite often to just check that the councillor Scott was okay, but many other councillors did. And he was upset. He was very upset, shaken, and he didn't want to be there, but we needed a clerk, so he stuck out as best he could. I spoke to him and I gave him some advice and whatever. Don't read the emails. Same with the chairman said, don't read the emails, don't read his emails. But when they come through on bulk, and it goes straight to them. You want to open them anyway. It was distressing him, and I believe he did go off sick. He went off sick for a while. They came back, and the point that they were so fed up, he retired, and that was it. Chair, he just retired. He just had enough. So.
Thank you. I haven't got any more questions.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. That concludes your evidence, Councillor Carmichael. If we can now move on to Councillor Preston. Would you like to make your presentation, please, and then ask questions? Hopefully, you should be away in time.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay till 12:30. So I don't think there's a great deal I can add to my report of the event and the statement. It's obviously quite some time ago now, so I've had to read it myself to remind myself of the situation, but it really is to almost duplicate what Councillor Carmichael has already said, because it's the same incident in that it is as I saw it, it is as I felt, it is a witness statement, and I stand by it. And the two areas that I would refer to that gives the sort of flavour from my statement on page 77, it says his demeanour was aggressive and very confrontational as he walked to within inches of the clerk, bent down to become face to face and angrily administer his thoughts on the clerk's sniggering. And that's exactly as I remember it. And I can't say any more than that as a summary, apart from I still concur with the comments on page 30 that I'd also said. Second paragraph from the bottom, which says Councillor Richardson's behaviour continues, and then that, in my view, it was unacceptable, disruptive, and causing severe problems for the clerk. And that would summarise my claimant.
Thank you. Panel, any questions? Councillor Douglas.
Councillor Preston. Apologies. Councillor Preston, could you describe how the behaviour and the incidents made you feel, and how you feel it affected the functioning of the council as a whole, please?
Well, there'd been a few occasions building up to that situation, and the council was being somewhat strangled on quite a regular basis by this disruptive, constant interruptions. So it was becoming more and more difficult to make progress within council. We're all there, volunteers, just to help the community, and we were struggling to make progress because of this continual disruption, interruption, and it came to a point where I just felt compelled to make this claim. Not directly at me, and hasn't been directly at me, but certainly to other people, in the main to the chairman and clerk. And I just felt that it was completely and utterly wrong what was happening, and something needed to be done, it needed to be addressed, and needed to be brought to someone's attention, because it was just not the right thing to do. And I just concur with Councillor Carmichael that Mr. Scott in the moment was very shaken. You could see that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions to the panel? No, I have no further questions. So I'll now move on to the monitoring officer. Jenny, have you any questions? No. Investigating officer, Stephen, have nothing from you. Councillor Richardson obviously is not here, so Alex, no questions either. Oh, well, that was relatively quick. Okay, so we now move on to Councillor Guildford. Would you like to present your case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the proceedings today have given you a small flavor of what I've had to deal with for the past 3 years. This is typical behavior that has happened in council meetings, which has disrupted our ability to basically conduct business, particularly over the course of this council year, since once remote meetings were again removed from our capacity to meet remotely. We put up with this type of behavior on a regular basis. The initial complaint, I believe, was when Suzanne Harrington was the monitoring officer. So this has gone on for quite a while. What I would like to say is that, say on a positive note, is that I've appreciated the support and guidance that's been provided by the monitoring officer's office. On occasion, I've had to contact the office to verify that actions that we were taking were within the law and that we were not acting outside the powers of a town or a parish council. And I appreciate the guidance that was provided. It's placed a tremendous amount of strain on our council, and that we've had, by my recollection, something like 8 resignations. And the majority of those are down to the fact that people no longer wish to participate in council meetings where Councillor Richardson was present. This places a strain because then, of course, we have to recruit new councillors and that. And of course, you've heard that the clerk himself resigned, brought his retirement date forward to this last year, down to the stress he was feeling because of the constant attacks by Councillor Richardson. I think that there are a number of actions that I took, as were pointed out by the monitoring officer, in order to provide protections for staff members, because those of us who are on parish and town councils understand that we work within a, if you will, paradox presented to us. Those are the responsibilities of an employer to provide an environment without abuse, without bullying and harassment. And on the other hand, the fact that there are no sanctions if the member that's actually performing those bullying or harassing events is a counselor. And as a result, that's ended up with, I think, by my latest count, I think there's something like 10 code of conduct complaints with regards to our council that are there, because it's just caused this acrimonious level of discussion and debate to develop, to where Hawkesbury Town Council currently has a real problem in actually accomplishing any work at all. I think there's only one piece of work that we've actually accomplished since May of last year, because we just cannot have a meeting that is shall we say, held in a reasonable manner and allowing us to have logical and reasonable debate to reach conclusions. So I don't know what more I can add. I think Councillor Richards' behavior in this meeting has pretty much set out our case of what we've brought, and I think after 3 years, it's high time that this subcommittee actually reaches a decision with regards to the behavior, so that hopefully the town council can start to heal and start to actually delivering its services and its requirements to the village of Hawkesbury.
Thank you, Councillor Guildford. Do any members of the panel have any questions? Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Guildford. Councillor Richardson did make claim that the clerk had acted inappropriately or incorrectly in their role. Did any formal complaint through the HR system get made? Thank you.
No, Councillor Richardson didn't bring any complaints to the staffing committee. Mr. Scott did file a grievance, but I advised him that based on the Ledbury decision that a member staff can't place a grievance against an individual councillor, but must either place the grievance against the council as the employer or to operate through the code of conduct process, which resulted in a meeting in August of 2019, when I accompanied the clerk here to meet with the then monitoring officer, Suzanne Harrington, for him to place his complaint. But there was no request by Councillor Richardson, and in any extent, there was no breach that I observed by the clerk.
As a follow-up to that, I note on page 154, an email from Councillor Richardson. He says, so if the clerk refuses, then under the terms of employment, the only option is to suspend. As the only fact to follow the rules, it fell to me to implement. And that is why, as far as I'm concerned, the clerk is suspended and the council needs to employ a temporary clerk until everything is sorted out with all outside bodies, including the police. So he then goes on page 204 to say, he sent an email to Mr. Scott. He says, you are reminded you continue to be suspended as per the terms of your employment, and alleges it's unspecified gross misconduct. And on page 206 suggests that disciplinary hearing for the clerk is to take place, and all the clerk has to do is to attend it. So in fact, all those comments and threats were not founded on any actual human resources action by your staffing committee.
They were email. Councillor Richardson has been prone to sending these, shall we say, accusatory emails on a regular basis. And sometimes you'll get a whole string of them over a course of a night, for instance, where you'll continually send one email after another. This discussion about the clerk being suspended it was never discussed in council. There was never a request made to that effect, and there was no disciplinary process begun in the staffing committee. This was something that occurred only in the mind of Councillor Richardson, and then he communicated that through a number of emails that the clerk was suspended. There was no decision to suspend the clerk.
I noticed at one point the clerk sends an email trying to clarify that point. Do you feel that actually led to the clerk becoming intimidated?
Oh, yes, because the clerk, I spend a lot of time directly with the clerk, trying to provide support and making sure that he understood that as a council, the council was in support of him, and that we were trying to do everything we could do to mitigate factors, but understanding that we work within a framework that limits our ability to completely avoid any type of contact from Councillor Richardson. You'll note that the monitoring officer pointed out that there was a document I sent that said we'd create a policy that says, for instance, that the office was the working space of staff members, and that it was who entered it was down to them to determine that the person had a lawful and proper reason to be there. We keep the door locked, we put a doorbell up that allow them to grant access if they need to. Councillor Richardson was instructed that he should not communicate directly with the clerk, but that if he wished for items to be placed on agendas or to be brought up with the council, that he should communicate either with myself as council chairman or with the relevant chairman of the committee with which the item would fall under. And he has refused to adhere to that repeatedly.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions on this? No, I have another question. I know it's on page 271 of the report. Councillor Richardson states that he is the most up-to-date trained town councillor, and I outrank you by a long way. Now, I know it's normal for there to be some, what should I describe it as? Some healthy debate amongst councillors, and sometimes you have to be quite thick-skinned. But I find that rather strange. Does he show you respect as the chair of the council in any way, or does he?
Not at all, not at all. And I have to say that probably up to about 2017 or 18, I was no more knowledgeable of the framework of the council than any other Taffer Parish Council would be. But since then, I've had to do quite a bit of study and a bit of work to update myself to make sure that we didn't make decisions that would put the council at legal risk. And as I mentioned before, there's the Ledbury decision, and then there's the later Attleboro decision where another council took action against councillors and a court judgment was awarded. So, and as I stated, I've had a number of discussions with the monitoring officer's office and staff to ensure that anything that we were doing was within the bounds of our legal powers. I also consulted regularly with YLCA. So Councillor Richardson has a tendency, and I think some of that was displayed today, to use what I'll call buzzwords He'll pick things up like Local Government Act 1972 without specifying specifically which part he's referring to any breach, or he'll say that, you know, you're breaching standing orders without, again, stating which part of standing orders he felt was being breached. But he throws these around because they tend to intimidate people who haven't studied the documents. So as a result, for instance, I have the past copy of the Arnold Baker book, which I actually read. I mean, who reads that book? You know, to try to make sure that the actions that I recommended to council were lawful and did not put the council or staff at risk. I hope that answers your question.
It does indeed. Thank you very much. Any further questions to the panel? Nope. In that case, monitoring officer Janie, have you any questions?
Just a couple, Chair, if that's okay. We've already heard that as the chair and as acting as an employer, you put in place plans to protect and support the clerk, and that was on page 300 and trying to find it, 52 from memory.
Yes.
That was done in November 2019. Did you have a kind of review of these measures periodically in place, or was this the position that remained in force until, for example, today?
It remains in force till now. There have been no further resolutions because I felt that those took us to the limits of our powers under the regulations.
Thank you.
In fact, if I might add, it's also been, the only review has been made in staffing committee with our new clerk who started in November, when Councillor Richardson also was somewhat abusive with her on her first meeting. And I would say that just as a matter of the November 2019 event where he approached the clerk, by my recollection, he's done that to the clerk and councillors on no less than 5 occasions. When he gets generally agitated, he tends to move forward and try to get up close to people, get literally within inches. He's done this to me, he's done it to others. And in the last meeting we had last week, I had to actually stand between him and Councillor Carmichael to keep him from approaching.
You appreciate we can't take any further information of material that occurs after the investigating officer report, but thank you for that. Okay, does that conclude your questions? It does. In that case, Stephen, investigating officer.
Yeah, Councillor Guilford, just a few questions. To clarify, I think within your statement that's in page 131 for those who have the pack, I think you estimated that on at least 10 occasions over the past 18 months, Councillor Richardson has either been threatened with or subject to a Section 2 resolution. Yes. In terms of excluding. And I think the monitoring officer in her summary, I think has worked out something like he was actually ejected or a resolution was passed to eject him on at least 4 occasions over a 5-month period. Are those figures about accurate?
Yes, I think there is it depends on where you draw the line of where you're measuring. I think over a period of a year, it was in the majority of meetings, a resolution was raised. You also find that through 2019 and early 2020, I would not generally raise that motion until he'd been warned at least 3 or 4 times in the meeting, much as what was displayed in the meeting here today. But as we got later through this, it would come down to fewer and fewer warnings before we'd raise that motion.
Thanks. Second question. A number of points have been raised about recordings of meetings. Could you just clarify what the council's policy is about recordings and what the practice has been?
Yeah, I think that we typically don't record our meetings. However, when this started and Councillor Richardson started to show up with GoPro, I advised the clerk that perhaps we should buy a camera and we should record meetings. We only did that a few times. The case in point where Councillor Richardson made the comment about covert recordings was because while we were waiting for the camera to arrive, we put one of the iPhones up literally on a cabinet so it could pick up the room and record. Now, Councillor Richardson made a complaint that was in breach of his rights because we hadn't had his permission to record. But my understanding of the regulation with regards to recording a meeting is both councillors and the public have a right to record meetings of the council, and those can happen overtly or covertly. There is no prohibition in regulation. And as councillors, we have no expectation of privacy in those meetings unless the meetings have been closed to the press and public, in which case then recordings must stop. And at no point have we breached that. And as I said, we only recorded a few meetings, and then the clerk stopped attending. And at that point, it was just becoming kind of a formulaic approach.
I think that the policies that the camera should be static,
Yes,
but I think Councillor Richardson actually wore a GoPro camera on his
yes.
clothing or on his head or
Yeah,
something. Could you just explain that?
Wore a chest harness.
Yeah.
And it would cause him to kind of swing around when he tried to do things. Of course, he then is behind the camera, so his demeanor can't be seen. A number of councillors challenged the fact that the recording did not record all of the room rather than, and thereby excluding Councillor Richardson. But my ruling as chairman was that we don't have a power to require that because the right is to record. It doesn't state that you have to record everybody. So I didn't think that we could instruct him that he had to put a meeting where or in a position where it had to be recorded. But the council's policy on recording says that we could ask that the camera be placed in a fixed position, and we could specify that position. We didn't do that. We just asked that he place it on the table as opposed to wearing it on a chest.
Did he do that?
Only on one occasion, I think. On the others, he refused.
Okay. And just one more question. This is on page 116, and it's just really curiosity. There's an email, I think addressed to yourself, which I think is talking about police figures. And the last sentence is, as stated, put it in your pants and stop being Abraham Lincoln. You're not to patch on him. Can you just explain what you think was meant by that? Slightly puzzling
I have
comment?
no idea. I said there was this pattern of sending emails and making derogatory comments. I think the clerk wrote to me and goes, "What does this mean?" And I have no clue. And I got to a point where I just didn't answer his emails, and I advised other councillors just not to react when he sent them, because all it did was just inflame further derogatory emails to come from the councillor.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Chair, could I just ask a supplemental question?
Of course you may,
Just
yes.
on that point, there is an allegation that's been made by Councillor Richardson that some of the email correspondence has been fraudulently doctored or forged. And in this particular sentence, that Mr. Pearson has just put to you about the put it in your pants, Councillor Richardson is the view that he did not state that in an email, that he just made the comment relating to Abraham Lincoln. Are you aware as to whether or not Mr. Scott did he share this email with you in this manner, or are you aware the allegation is quite serious that Mr. Scott has forged some of the emails from Councillor Richardson?
Can you mic? Sorry.
My apologies. My recollection is that I might have been copied on this email by Councillor Richardson. He had a tendency to email blast the entire council. It caused us to pass a resolution to say that councillors should not do that, and that any emails that should be distributed to the entire council should pass through the clerk, so that they were sure that they were relevant and they were appropriate emails. But Councillor Richardson's practice is to send out basically an email blast to everybody.
Does that conclude your questions?
Sorry, yes.
Yes, it does. Right, since Councillor Richardson is not here, Alex, independent person.
Thank you. Just because Councillor Richardson isn't here, I'm going to put the question to you, if that's okay. Councillor Richardson talked about being goaded, and he's mentioned in the papers on a number of occasions that he believes he was goaded or even assaulted by the clerk in particular. Did you ever see any examples of Councillor Richardson being goaded, or people deliberately trying to trigger a reaction such as we saw today from him?
I would answer that it's just the opposite, that Councillor Richardson would goad the clerk, knowing that the clerk would act emotionally, and goad him into trying to make a comment. And those were the points that then I would try to step in and try to intervene. But I think it would have been, well, it had been rather foolish of us to try that, because the idea that the whole last 3 years has been predicated, our action's been predicated on trying to dampen down Councillor Richardson's behavior, as opposed to inflame it to where it would cause more problems. So no, I have not witnessed any cases where where anyone is goaded, Councillor Richardson, he has been prone to making comments in meetings when he didn't like the way somebody had a look on their face, or if for instance, somebody had breathed too heavily or something for his liking. And so I think it's just come to the point to where he sees that he sees everyone as an adversary and approaches it like that.
Sorry, just one more question. Often these things are sort of ingrained in political disagreement. You want the parish council to do different things, and a robust debate sort of evolves and can sometimes cross the line. And that's relevant to considerations around freedom of expression. But from the papers, I'm not really detecting what Councillor Richardson's issue is, other than personal animosity. Is that, would you say, a reasonable inference to make from your own experiences?
Yes, and we've had a number of discussions, both the clerk and other councillors, about where the line is between freedom of expression and abuse. And it's kind of a fuzzy line, because councillors have a right to bring up items in meetings that are uncomfortable to hear, because that's part of the public debate. But when it moves into an environment of threatening or insulting behavior, then that, in my view, breaches the code of conduct. And that's how we've tended to manage the meetings, is that if a councillor strays into that area, then they receive a warning from the chair. But that I tend to, as a chairman, I tend to like to see more debate rather than less. So, because we're spending public money at the end of the day.
I would agree, absolutely. And I think what I was looking to clarify is the debate doesn't seem to be about council services ever, or the way that the council is delivering to its residents. It's about issues that Councillor Richardson isn't the person to be making decisions on, i.e. procedure and process and things like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, it like I said, there's a tendency to use certain catchphrases and buzzwords that say that, to kind of intimate that he has some knowledge that he so far has not demonstrated that he has. And I said it's been quite stressful as a chairman to have to manage through that, because I'll often sit in a meeting and he'll make one of these comments and throw one of these phrases, and I have to think to myself, have I missed something? Is there some point in law or in regulation that I'm not aware of? And I'll tend to go and research it afterwards. But it makes every meeting kind of a tightrope that I'm walking, so that I make sure that I don't cross that line into illegality.
Thank you. I've got no more questions.
Can I ask a supplementary to that? A lot of the animosity seemed to start when the amenities committee was discontinued and was split into two smaller committees. I mean, presumably did that by amending the constitution and through a full council meeting, which that case is legitimate. I did notice on several occasions, Councillor Richardson's challenged the right of those committees to meet because he was no longer on them and no longer chair. Do you feel that is potentially the source of a lot of his grievances?
It's where this all began. When I became chairman, one of the number of things that I did was once I institute an item on the agenda that says the chairman and the clerk must disclose any advice or guidance they receive from outside bodies, because that's advice to the council, not to them as individuals. I also brought a motion to remove the ex officio rights from the chairman and the vice chairman, because I felt that it gave too much influence to the position of chairman. In the first meeting of the amenities committee, it was suggested by the committee that I should chair that because I had chaired it for 5 years previously. And I said, no, that goes against everything that I've been arguing about the chairman holding too much authority and power in the council. And so it ended up that the only person who raised their hand to chair it was Councillor Richardson. That survived for 2 meetings. And then an incident occurred where he was arguing about drains and the Foss Drainage Board and whatnot. And that was the first time that he physically approached the clerk and was quite threatening with him. And councillors then came to me and said, we won't attend a meeting where Tony is chairing. And so we had to figure out some way to deal with that. So what I brought was a proposal to the full council to amend standing orders and to break what was the amenities committee, which handled all the physical assets of the village, into 2 smaller ones. One's for recreation and then one for the other assets of the village. Which has turned out to be much more efficient. way of operating, as it turns out. But that the point is that when we did that, Councillor Richardson debated that we could only do that in May. But my understanding of regulation is that the Local Government Act deals with the full council, and it gives the power of the council to create and dispose of committees as it needed. And so I advised the council that that was our legal ability to dissolve the amenities committee and to reform 2 smaller committees that would then take over those responsibilities. And that's been one of the core accusations of Councillor Richardson over the last 3 years, is that those were illegitimate committees and their chairmen were illegitimate, and that somehow I had put them in position solely without consultation. And that's just not true. That was resolved, I think it was, from memory, September, October 2019.
Thank you for that. That's clarified something, yeah. Okay, if there are no further questions, thank you very much indeed for that.
Chair,
Okay.
sorry to apologise. Can I just ask one procedural question
Yes.
of Councillor Guildford as the chair?
Yep, sorry.
Could you just clarify whether Haxby Town Council has adopted or not the LGA Model Code of Conduct? And if so, when, or do you have an aspiration to adopt it?
Yes, I brought it to the council when it was originally released, but because of everything that's going on with the pandemic and everything, we didn't actually get to that until, I believe it was January of this year. I brought it again to a meeting of the council, and the council adopted that code of conduct. I think it's a much more precise document and has the advantage of providing the definitions of what the certain breaches are. So we think it's obviously a good thing to do.
Did you wish to speak, Councillor? Am I allowed to take?
Yes,
Councillor?
yes, Chair. I still have the recording of what happened that night when Councillor Richardson approached or went towards the clerk. The recording that was used in court, I still have it on my phone. I don't know if you used to hear it
I
or.
don't think that would be admissible.
appropriate.
I don't think it's been through the investigating officer.
No.
I don't think we can.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't fully aware of that, but I think possibly not. Ultimately, it's a question for the monitoring officer, I think.
Chair, if you did want to take the time to consider that, you would have to have an adjournment whilst you view it, and then we'd have to share it with everybody else present. So Alex with Stephen, and Stephen may need some time just to consider whether it alters his recommendations or findings to the panel.
And also, I think there's an issue that Councillor Richardson did have some recordings which he would be willing to play now. I think they could be very long. I think I would prefer not to, if that's the situation, if members are agreeable to
In the
that.
interest of fairness,
I think we have.
Chair,
in
Councillor
fairness,
Richardson did put that forward, and
He did.
it wasn't determined, so it would be slightly unfair to
I agree
accept
with you.
evidence from elsewhere if you
I agree with
hadn't
you. And
adjudicated.
I think we
Councillor
have
Richardson.
witness statements as to what happened, which I think are robust and reliable. So I think
Mr.
this.
Chair, my
Thank-
reason was just to let you know that I have that copy, not to stitch anybody up or.
No,
anything
no,
like that.
no.
Just saying that I do have that copy.
Thank you.
I only have one, I may add. That's the only one I've ever had.
Right, thank you. Okay, that brings to the end of that. So I'll now invite each of the parties to make any representations on the facts in dispute. The parties will have, and we've agreed this up to 3 minutes to make their representations. And so we'll hear from the investigating officer, Stephen, first.
Thank you. I think, Chair.
Leave the meeting now and we.
You may leave the meeting now. Look, I mean, you've nothing, if you've nothing further to say, you're welcome to do so.
Oh, yes, I have some work commitments, therefore I'd like to leave the meeting if I may.
Would you agree that we take council? Yes.
Yeah, I have no
Councillor
further
Preston.
questions at all.
Yep, you go first, make a representation by all means. Oh, just nothing to say, that's fine. Right. Thank you for your attendance.
Yes, I hope, Chair, that what you've heard today really corroborates what was within my report in terms of the facts concerned. That there doesn't seem, beneath the bluster, to be any real contradiction from Councillor Richardson in terms of the behaviour which he committed, whether or not he feels goaded into it, felt goaded into it, whether or not he felt that the council wasn't being run properly, doesn't seem to alter the facts that his behaviour has clearly been to an excessive degree below the usual standards. And I think there's more than ample evidence that certainly he has a very extensive level of disrespect towards his fellow councillors, and towards the clerk. And as you will have heard, the clerk in fact did not have an HR problem, was not formally suspended, was not subject to disciplinary proceedings, as was inferred. And certainly to varying degrees, those within the council seem to have been subject, in my view, to quite heavy levels of bullying and intimidation. I think taking the independent person's point, particularly the clerk, to some degree the chair, but I think also the whole environment in which members were trying to carry out their role, as Councillor Preston said, providing local services, trying to do the best for their community, was very significantly affected by things that were not really related to services, but seemed to be frankly related to ego and point scoring rather than genuine opinions about what should be for the good of tax speak, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now we'll move on to Councillor Carmichael.
Sorry, beg your pardon, Chair. With regards to Councillor Richardson, I think it's just stemmed up. The things have happened before I came to the council in 2019. However, after the incident with the clerk Scott, this is snowballed. I'm taken to the police and going to court. It's had added fuel to the fire that Councillor Richardson has. No matter what you do, I've been picked on many a times because sometimes I make a noise. I'm in severe pain, but I'm not using that as sympathy. It's only certain members of the council they'll have a go at. Doesn't have a go at the whole council. I might do it on some of the emails, but personally, one-to-one or face-to-face, whatever, it's only certain members of the council he will have a go at, and that's the ones that have stood up to him. Not being nasty, my actions were a duty of care. Nothing to do with about him. I did not, and I said on emails, which is in the report, that when Tony and I used to email me and whatever, we talked quite natural. I said I don't want to know what happened prior to me joining the course, joining the council. It has nothing to do with me. I will make no comment. So basically, at the end of the day, it's snowballed. But I think the catalyst is when I came on the scene, made a comment, made my comment that this was an assault, and it's taken it on me. I've had duty of care shown to me by my chairman and by the members of the council, and those that give a duty of care to me are targets. And if I give a duty of care to members of the council, I'm a target. But at the end of the day, that's my feelings of it. And as I said before, I put my hand on my book. I have no malice. I have no malice on the gentleman. I'm sorry it's come to this. However, it's come to this, and I stand by my guns that I did right by doing what I did to protect a member of an employee, because I would be held responsible for duty of care and being one of the employers, and on the health and safety as well. That's all I want to say on the matter at this time, sir.
Thank you very much. Councillor Guildford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that my previous statement covered pretty much what I needed to say, and I appreciate the time the committee has given to us to meet and to express our views.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson is not here now. Does the independent person have a chance to speak at this point? I presume so.
This is on disputed facts.
No, I think we are on the disputed facts at the moment.
I mean, the only thing I would have to offer is obviously I've spoken to Councillor Richardson on a number of occasions, and obviously without him being here, I'm happy to share with the panel relevant discussions I've had just in terms of Councillor Richardson's. A lot of Councillor Richardson's concerns, as expressed to me, have been to do with the conduct of others rather than looking at his own conduct and the way that he's behaved. I mean, he talked about goading earlier, and I think that's very much his focus. He came across to me like a councillor who felt very marginalised and appears to feel justified in his attempts to sort of rail against that. But there was never any discussion other than obviously his contention that he didn't assault the clerk. There wasn't much dispute of facts. And obviously, given that the majority of it is in email form anyway, I don't think there's much concern over that from my perspective.
Thank you. which I think concludes the first part, and now we move on to deliberations. Panel will now withdraw to consider its decision. Now, we'll have, would you say 30 minutes or 45 minutes?
Guide 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
30 minutes. Yes, and we can show everybody to
Yep.
where to get a refreshments. Oh,
I was just wondering if we, because I think, shall we say 45 minutes to allow us to get refreshments as well, if that's okay?
Thank you.
That's why I suggested 45, just in case you want to get a sandwich and a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome back to the City of York Council Joint Standards Committee hearing panel on the 20th of April 2022. This is to consider code of conduct complaints relating to Haxby Town Council, and here is the decision notice. In attendance, we have the hearing panel, myself, Councillor Fisher, Councillor Claire Douglas, and Parish Councillor Chris Chambers. We have the advisors of the hearing panel, Alex Oram, the independent person, and Janie Berry, the monitoring officer for City of York Council. We have the investigating officer, Stephen Pearson, who is externally appointed investigating officer. The complainants and subject members are Councillor T. Carmichael of Haxby Town Council, who is a complainant, Councillor Mark Preston, Haxby Town Council, who is a complainant, who is not here at the moment, Councillor Mark Guildford, Haxby Town Council, complainant, and Councillor T. Richardson, Haxby Town Council, who is the subject member. Apologies were received from Mr. Mark Scott, who is one of the complainants. The background. The hearing panel, a subcommittee of the Joint Standards Committee, was constituted in accordance with procedures approved by City of York Council's Joint Standards Committee to consider 5 complaints in relation to the conduct of Councillor T. Richardson of Haxby Town Council. The hearing panel noted that the complaints dated from 2019 and early 2020, with the 5th complaint being received in early 2021. However, noted that delays have been caused by a number of frustrating factors, including national lockdown, delays in the criminal trial involving Councillor Tony Richardson, and other health-related factors of key individuals. The hearing panel had the benefit of an investigating officer report prepared by Stephen Pearson, an externally appointed investigator. The hearing panel did not receive any witness statements or heard evidence from any named witnesses. This was due to the fact that there were a number of complaints attending and the volume of written material provided upon which they based their complaints. The hearing panel considered the allegations in light of the Joint Standards Committee published criteria for the assessment of complaints. The panel noted that Councillor Richardson had been offered and accessed the report of Alex Oram, the independent person. Evidence and finding of fact. The panel was concerned with 5 complaints received from 4 complainants in respect of Councillor T. Richardson of Haxby Town Council. All 3 of the complainants are current councillors of Haxby Town Council. The remaining complainant is the former clerk to Haxby Town Council. It is noted that one of the complainants, Councillor Guildford, has been the chair of Haxby Town Council throughout the time period covering all of the complaints. Councillor Richardson is a long-standing member of Haxby Town Council. The complaints from Councillors Carmichael and Preston and Mark Scott were received during the time period November 19 to February 2020. The 5th complaint submitted by Councillor Guildford was received in early 2021. However, due to the commonality of the issues, the decision was taken to include this final complaint within Mr. Pearson's investigation. The panel noted at the time of the submission of his complaints, Mark Scott was employed as the clerk to Haxby Town Council. Mr. Scott has since resigned from his position. The panel noted there are no outstanding code of conduct complaints submitted by Councillor Richardson. The panel carefully considered the wording of the code of conduct which was in place at the time of these complaints. The panel noted that Councillor Richardson was found not guilty by Leeds Crown Court in respect of assault charges which arose due to an altercation at a Haxby Town Council meeting. The panel is satisfied the investigating officer gave ample opportunities to Councillor Richardson to provide evidence he wanted to be considered, including the recording of meetings. Given that Councillor Richardson did not fully take up those opportunities, resulting in the investigating officer having to make a judgment based on the balance of probabilities and based on the evidence made available to him throughout the duration of this investigation. The panel has carefully considered the written accounts by the former clerk of Haxby Town Council, those of Councillor Preston and Carmichael as obtained by the investigating officer, and the verbal comments made during the hearing. The panel also noted that Councillor Richardson confirmed to the panel at the hearing that he did approach the clerk during the meeting on the 11th of November 2019. The panel was satisfied that the clerk felt intimidated by this approach. It is noted that Councillors Preston, Carmichael and Guildford all commented that Mr. Scott was visibly shaken and upset as a result. The panel is satisfied by the written evidence available at the hearing that Mr. Scott was under considerable stress and notes that he decided to retire early from his position. Haxby Town Council as an employer did put in place measures of support for the clerk of the Town Council and measures to mitigate the inappropriate correspondence and contact with Councillor Richardson. The panel noted these arrangements are still in place to support the current clerk of the Town Council. Despite these being put in place, Councillor Richardson continued to disregard these measures and continued his bullying and intimidatory pattern of behaviour and continued breach of the Code of Conduct. The panel noted that Councillor Richardson wished to contest a number of issues in the investigation report, and it is unfortunate that Councillor Richardson repeatedly commented on the behaviour of others as opposed to his own. After a number of warnings and trying to give Councillor Richardson as much opportunity as possible, Councillor Richardson was asked to leave the hearing. This was a direct result of Councillor Richardson's disruptive and threatening behaviour. There is no doubt that Councillor Richardson's behaviour has contributed negatively on the overall impact on the functioning and reputation of Haxby Town Council. The panel took time to hear from Councillor Carmichael, Councillor Preston, Councillor Guildford and Councillor Richardson. The conclusions. The panel were concerned with regards to the heightened levels of animosity between Councillor Richardson and other members of Haxby Town Council and Town Council officers, most notably towards the former clerk, and that these also extended to matters beyond the scope of these complaints. The panel noted that the inappropriate behaviour of Councillor Richardson during meetings and towards members of Haxby Town Council is an ongoing issue. The panel upheld the complaints made against Councillor Richardson as follows. 1. The behaviour of Councillor Richardson has repeatedly been disrespectful and is in breach of limb 1 of paragraph 3.1 of the Haxby Town Council Code of Conduct towards the clerk, the chair and other members of Haxby Town Council. 2. Councillor Richardson behaved on a number of occasions in a manner which is bullying and or intimidatory, in particular towards the clerk to Haxby Town Council, as in breach of limb 2 of paragraph 3.1 of Haxby Town Council Code of Conduct. It is noted the Town Council has adopted the LGA Model Code of Conduct in January 2022. Which brings us now to sanctions.
That's correct, Chair. At this moment, at this point in the meeting, you're, as a panel, entitled to seek the views of the complainants present in terms of any potential sanctions in light of the conclusions that you've come to. Thereafter, we will then take a very short adjournment whilst you consider any relevant sanctions that you may think be appropriate.
Thank you. I'll take you in alphabetical order, if that's okay. Councillor Carmichael, have you any views on what sanctions would be appropriate?
I forget, so. To continue the way we are with Councillor Richardson being excused from council meetings at this time, until he shows that he's able to behave in a reasonable manner. That's the section I would be looking at, or be asking.
Thank you very much. Councillor Guildford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that generally the council has taken certain defensive measures to try to ensure that there is to minimize the impact on staff and councillors by the behavior exhibited by the councillor. Beyond that, I think the only legal remedies that are left to us would be to move from committees and subcommittees to restrict his access to full council meetings, and also to make a public statement of the committee's finding. Because I think it's important that the voters of Haxby understand the behavior of individuals who purport to represent their views. So far, we've resisted doing that until this hearing had taken place. But I would suspect that as I said, I think the only legal options would be to remove from committees, subcommittees, and to make a public statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
And, sorry, Chair, and then obviously you're entitled to seek the views of Mr. Pearson and also Mr. Oram, if you wish.
We can do that. Mr. Pearson, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think, frankly, this is a matter best left for the panel. I'm very happy for you to exercise your discretion as you feel fit.
Thank you. And Mr. Oram.
Similarly, I'm happy for the panel to take this forward.
Thank you very much. In that case, shall we go into recess for a short time? Sorry to drag you back in and ask you to leave straight away again, but I don't think we're quite as long with our deliberations this time. So adjourn the meeting and go into private session again. Thank you. Welcome back to the meeting of the Joint Standards Committee. We are now ready to announce our sanctions. It is recommended that 1. Haxby Town Council shall take steps to arrange for a single point of contact for Councillor Richardson, and that all Haxby Town Council business shall be conducted using the official Haxby Town Council email address. 2. Councillor Richardson shall be removed from all or any panels or subcommittees of Haxby Town Council for a period of 6 months, whereupon this position should be formally reviewed. 3. Councillor Richardson shall be removed from any or all outside body appointments to which he has been appointed by Haxby Town Council for a period of 6 months, whereupon this position shall be formally reviewed. 4. Haxby Town Council undertakes 6 monthly reviews of its governance framework to support its employees, to ensure its arrangements to support its employees and mitigate against inappropriate behaviour and correspondence from Councillor Richardson remains fit for purpose. And 5, that Haxby Town Council obtains the support of the Yorkshire Local Councils Association to assist in the management and implementation of these sanctions. It is hoped that by implementing these sanctions, any personal conflicts will be resolved, acceptable standards of behaviour will be re-established, and the council will run in a proper manner that will command the respect of the community. That now brings this hearing to a close. Thank you all for your attendance and patience whilst we've been doing our deliberations. Thank you very much indeed.